Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome to President Regent. I am sorry for the first project. We are delighted to welcome you into the International Conference AMESEOM 2026. We look forward to a day filled with knowledge, sharing, innovation, and engaging discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our privilege to welcome Dr. AMESEOM, Head of the Material Characterization, joining research group at Tata Steel and R&D Cell. Our distinguished researcher in metallurgy and advanced high-speed steels, Dr. Shaw has made significant contribution to welding technologies, material characterization, and steel product development for automatic and industrial applications. He is also the author of the well-known book Welding and Joining of Advanced High-Speed Steels, a key reference to the field. We are truly honored to have him with us today to share his knowledge and expertise and insights. Please welcome Dr. Shaw. We are delighted to have him as a technical session chair towards him. I would like to thank Dr. Shuman, Dean Academy of RERFGI, to facilitate Dr. Shaw.
Let's get the sir, I can
On behalf of the Women Committee, I would like warmly invite you to share your valuable insights and experiences with our audience. Please come.
Good morning, everyone, and in fact, it's a privilege for me to be here and be invited by the organizers of this conference. So before I start, what I see at the absolute front of your building is arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached. I think so, and that is going to be the theme of my next 10 minutes to you. But before that, I would like to ask you, the গতকাল কি শিখলে কনফারেন্স থেকে? What did you learn? কারণ কনফারেন্স গুলো করার পেছনে একটা উদ্দেশ্য বা কারণ আছে. Okay, so what was your learning? And this is all to my fellow students. Okay. The conference পেছনে একটা উদ্দেশ্য আছে. The main reason is that you get to know, you get an exposure of what things are happening around you in the country and in the world, and where are we? That is very essential. The other reason is you get to know people. যদিও বেশিরভাগ এখানে অনলাইনে প্রেজেন্টেশন দিচ্ছে, but you also get to know people, interact with them, and see what sort of work they are doing. So that is one. And in fact, my being in front of you today is also part of this conference purpose. Okay, so these are the two things are very important. But I have made a few pointers just to tell you, and I'll connect the dots, which is very important for the current uh, education system and career options. There are topics on which I'm not going to be. You're going to listen. You have already listened to some of the topics. But one of the main points is, are you aware of what India's uh, per capita GDP is? We are today a $4.15 trillion country from a GDP point of view. And, we are aiming for more than $5 trillion um, dollars. $5 trillion, that is by 2047. That is what the government has set the target. But, the per capita GDP of India, remember these figures, these are very important. The per capita GDP of India is only $2,800. China is $6,000. Singapore, a very small country, is $44,000. And the US is $50,000. Okay. So, so that is one point. So I'm going to connect the dots at a subsequent stage. Now the second point is that India produces 15 lakhs of engineers, graduate engineers every year, out of which 20%, 18 to 20% goes to the IT industry. Okay, and now in fact AI and data analytics, data mining, all those areas. 40% goes to the other industries and into higher education. And the rest 40 remain unemployed. Now, it's a matter of concern that 6 lakhs of people, they pursue engineering, but they remain unemployed. So, do you want to be in that category? That is the major concern. And so, what would be our role? So, my third point is that if a country has to grow, now, if you look at India, the contribution of the manufacturing industry is just 17% of the GDP. It's just 17% of the GDP. Whereas if you look at China, it is 40% of the GDP. So, the service sector or the IT sector will not enable India to grow into a 5 trillion economy. It is the manufacturing sector, because the software also that you produce, the software that is being developed is basically aimed towards servicing the manufacturing industry, not necessarily in India, but in abroad. So if you look at, Cognizant, IBM, Infosys, TCS, the lot of softwares that they develop. In fact, the AI initiatives also are targeted to some hardware company in either Korea, Japan, US, Germany, or some part of the world. So it is very important that we strengthen our manufacturing industries. But the issue is that many of the candidates or the students, they don't have, they are not inclined or intent to work in the manufacturing industry. Everybody is running after software because they feel the salary is more. They feel it's a white collar job. You sit in the computer, sit in an AC room, and your life goes well. But that is not how the country can grow. And also, you need to know that out of the 20% of IT engineers, only the top 2-3% high-end coders, they are the most privileged person in the software industry. So so this is some one point I wanted to make. Now the other point which I wanted to say is again with relation to manufacturing. That some 30, 40 years back, Japan as a country grew because of their automotive engineering and also electronics engineering. South Korea because of their electronics, LG, Samsung, in automotives, Hyundai, Kia, and also the shipbuilding industry is one of the strongest. Now, again, if you look at Singapore, such a small country, what did they do? They don't have any natural resources. They were separated from Malaysia long time back. No natural resources, um, uh, very small land mass, not many industries. But the country has grown because of the talent and skill of the people. So that is how, their initiative was to enhance the skill and talent of the students, the professionals. They requested Rolls Royce to put up a maintenance facility in Singapore. Rolls Royce said, no, what are you going to do at Singapore? I'm not interested. They were the largest automotive car makers. Okay, but Rolls Royce engines are also used in aeroplane and jet engines. Today, all aircraft maintenance, 80% of aircraft maintenance, whether it's Emirates, whether it's Indian Airlines, your Indigo, or some of the best airlines, all maintenance practices operations are done in Singapore. 80% of India international captains, that is where they are making money. And aircraft maintenance requires the highest skills, very talented, very competent people to do that. Singapore asked MIT that why don't you put up a college in Singapore? MIT, US. MIT said we don't go anywhere. We are happy in US. But Singapore, they pursued with them so strongly that MIT put up a college in Singapore. And today, that institute, it is at par with MIT of US. They produce, the eco startup system is one of the best, and they produce some of the best talents in the Singapore economy. Now, the advantage is that Japan and Korea had some 20, 25 years back. India has that opportunity. Why? Because India, has a lot of young people like you. You look at the demographic, a lot of young people. And India also now has a lot of money, there's a lot of capital. But the question is whether, these people are competent or not. They are talented or not. Do they have the skills to make the best products that can push India to a greater than 5 trillion economy? I'll just give you an example. India in Sanand, because government of India's initiative, they put up a semiconductor plant. Very recently, they put up a semiconductor plant, but there is no person to design semiconductor chips and all, because the training is not there. Colleges are not able to train people to produce or to design semiconductors. Semiconductors are used in chips, in mobile phones, in computers, in all electronic devices. But people don't have, the experience. So what the Micron is doing, they have selected, they have 5,000 employees, right from engineers to working professionals. So they have now are getting them trained in Malaysia. Okay, that they are getting them trained in Malaysia so that they pick up those skills and talents. Okay, so it is very important. So, so as candidates or as students, also some responsibilities lies with the institutes and the ecosystem also. whether the private institutes are privileged enough to get enough funds, sponsors, etc. or not. But from a candidate perspective, it is very important that whatever exposure you are getting, you try to enhance your skill. Most important is the analytical ability. Analyze. When you see a car, are you aware of what the different car parts are? You know, what are the components inside a car for anything, any engineering product? Then your understanding of basic engineering. How much do you study? Do you study 3-4 hours every day? That is, even for software developers skills, AI skills, minimum time you need to spend every day is 4-5 hours. To understand basic engineering. That includes, software development, AI, data analytics, etc. Then for people who are interested in manufacturing, some people should get interested in manufacturing. I'll tell you that will be my final story. There should be a joy of manufacturing, making things. Okay, it is, you should be in a position excited to make things. Then there should be critical thinking. Whether you are doing critical thinking on whatever engineering subjects you are being taught. The other thing is very important is awareness. Now, whether you are exposed, whether you are aware of in which direction the country is going. Now, let me tell you my personal experience. I was very recently, till last month, previous to last month, the chief executive of an organization called AMD, the authorized nomenclature body. It works under the Indian Institute of Welding. And it provides qualification, it provides international qualification to engineers, engineers in the field of manufacturing. And this is an international diploma. And people spend from 1 lakh to 4.5 lakhs getting trained in this. And there's a huge praise for this training. A huge praise for this training because once they get this degree diploma, it is called the IWE and the IWT, International Welding Engineer and the International Welding Technology. So most of the people with this diploma, they get international jobs. So most of them are either in Dubai, in Sharjah, in Europe. They get a huge amount of salary. Most of the pipeline manufacturers, oil and gas pipeline manufacturers, the construction. Larsen and Toubro is one of the bigger recruiters of such engineers in the Middle East. And so huge package of salaries. So when we hold the examinations, there are 3 centers, one in Chennai, one in Baroda, and one in Kolkata. Chennai and Baroda, every time there are more than 30-35 candidates. This is held every quarter, almost every. And Kolkata, we don't find more than 1 or 2 candidates. The reason is that the Kolkata candidates or the institutes are totally unaware of how things are moving in the country. Now, there is a disadvantage. Most of the industries are either in Tamil Nadu, in Karnataka, in Maharashtra, in Gujarat. So maximum number of candidates, and they are not from very good colleges. No, they are not from IITs, they are not from NITs. They are very simple, engineering colleges. But since they are aware, they know the space where to direct their area, and that is how they get into these courses and make a very good career out of them. The last point, which everyone of you should try is communication. Okay, you should be able to convince and negotiate whenever there is an interview panel, the placement, and even if you have knowledge, you should be able to convince a group of people. My message is whatever the situation may be, you must put effort to improve yourself and improve your value for greater market acceptability. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, sir, for your insightful and thoughtful words that you have shared with us. Now, moving to the next. Now, I just like to thank the program. Continuing with our program, our esteemed guest, Professor Pavitra Kumar Vishwas. It is our privilege to welcome Professor Pavitra Kumar Vishwas, Publication Committee Professor and Dean Research and Consultancy at NIT Mizoram. I would like to call Mr. Pramod Kaur, Chief Administration Officer, RERFGI, to felicitate Dr. Pavitra Kumar Vishwas. Apology for the my mistake that Mr. Kaur is not there. So I'll request Dr. Malay Kumar Banerjee, please come and felicitate Dr. Pavitra Kumar Vishwas. Professor Pavitra Kumar Vishwas, a distinguished academician and researcher. Professor Vishwas specializes in power electronics, electric devices, renewable energy system, and electrical vehicles. He has published extensively in areas such as active magnetic bearings and hybrid electric vehicle energy management, and continuing to play a leading role in advancing electrical engineering education and research. We are honored to have him with us today. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Pavitra Kumar Vishwas for his keynote session. Thank you.
Sir, mobile. Can I use them? Hello. Good morning. A very good morning, all. Thank you for given this opportunity to present here. Actually, first of all, I want to thank organizer and actually Dr. Suman Jana is my scholar. He told me 2 months before that that type of program will be organized in this college. So I was agree also because today I have also another program in Pune University, but as Suman already told, that is why I joined here. Now I am discussing here today's topic already. This conference, it is given materials energy and structure, engineering and operation management. So one part is energy. So today I am discussing power converter for solar energy. Nowadays hot topic, very hot topic is energy, renewable energy and electric vehicles. And AI, ML, data structure, that things. But mainly renewable energy and electric vehicles, it's a huge topic and very wide. Hello. Very wide research work also is possible. How to possible in renewable energy and all type of engineers can do one. Hello. Uh, I can explain how to. Anybody can work renewable energy and electric vehicles. I can work any type of system. Okay, it is required supply. Okay, supply. That supply part we have to use for the electrical engineering. Okay. Now, second part is the transformation. Hello. Ah, transformation. Transformation. That is transformation. It's supply. You have to use it for each purpose. You have to use. In case of industrial purpose, in case of your home appliance purpose, then it is conversion is required. So conversion part is for the mechanical engineering. Converter or converter and electrical engineering. After again part will come for the welding. That will be the industrial part for the mechanical part also. That one. And then electric vehicle it will be totally one. And I will first energy development that will be everybody knows thermal. Okay. And wind that will be that also mechanical. And control cards we are using that thing are also used by the computer in this way. And overall, there will be structure part will be converted to the civil. That means first you have to one people one power. That will be every part. In this way, any case of renewable energy or electric vehicle, all kinds of engineer can be used and all kinds of research can be continued by that. In a renewable energy, why we are considering renewable energy nowadays? Actually, our government already told totally 47 fixes are developed on that. So, regarding that also. And that is why the number one, that number two is fossil fuels. That will be day by day, it will be decreasing. You can know that one in case of somewhere in nowadays that situation that is what while one of while is given, that is so fossil fuel will be decreasing. That is why nowadays we are using fossil renewable energy. So renewable energy, both the diagram. Diagram. No, that one. So actually, in our India, only India, I am telling about that is in Tamil Nadu, South India, and in case of Gujarat, Rajasthan, there only wisdom. Okay, then it is using the renewable energy. In case of Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, that they are using renewable energy and solar energy. Actually, any type of renewable cases that we have to hydro power plant, you have to consider wind turbine. Nowadays, hybrid concept, hybrid concept. In case of electric vehicle, hybrid electric vehicle. In case of electric vehicle, hybrid. Why hybrid are used? Okay, actually, you have to see here that another part is very important, but that is energy system. Now, this is huge part of that one. Energy storage system. So energy storage system is big one, but it is huge. There are so many components of the energy storage system. Nowadays, mainly the supercapacitor, okay, that or battery is using for the electric vehicle system. Then we have to see that if DC to be higher, you have to, that is the conversion, but DC to AC converter. Actually, in a first bar, suppose in a unlike you have to capture by using the LPG. Okay, maximum hour per block. There are two types of controller. Every type of unit, there are two types of controller. Are used. One is PWM, controller, and MPPT controller. Maximum power tracking. Okay, power point tracking. That means it will be done like this. Suppose you have to design a panel. Okay, panel. There are different types of solar units nowadays. Most one are using for the speaker. Okay, and already for the semiconductor, there are so many to one most of the QR code already government. Okay, that means the semiconductor material are used for the silicon for the solar PV. It is the basic quality of the electrification also. Because of the power is maximum power will be done. That means voltage is then you have to connect it to the battery storage. Suppose in your this campus, up to maximum 1 megawatt in the world. But you have to design it 2 megawatt. So 1 megawatt you can get storage for the future. Okay? That is also known as the energy system. That is the energy system by using the super capacitor. By using the super capacitor or using the battery. Okay. Now I am coming to the hybrid system. How to get in the hybrid system? Actually, suppose I will show the example, one example, then you can understand. Very now, there are three parts. Okay. Three parts of that cycle. One side is the supply side. Supply side is maybe solar, maybe wind turbine, maybe hydro. Okay. After that, it will supply to DC to AC or AC to DC. After that, it will be coming to the home appliance. So that big part is the DC to DC converter and DC converter. So now, DC to DC converter, there are good next. Next. Yeah. There is, you have to see here, the configuration is given, and we are discussing this one. So different data you have to use it. So small detail, 50 panels, medium size, 200 panels, the large and the minimum you have first that will be the a simple example is given. Go to next. Go to the converter. Go to the okay, the way then you have to see simple product. We have to have first one we are considering the energy storage system. Energy you have to get it from the solar panel, and battery will be stored the energy. And here is long we have to see it is using for the electric vehicle system. That means by using the solar PV. But actually, solar PV, in electric vehicles, you have to use how there are so many ways you have to use. One is charging station. How to take the charging station? What is the group side? We have to make the planet, EV planet, and you have to use the charger. When car will come, it is automatic charge, the battery. Okay. But nowadays, why hybrid vehicle, electric vehicle is required? Suppose hybrid, we are using the fuel as well as the solar. Now, it will be, suppose solar, it will be maximum 60 kilometers. After 60 kilometers, you have to automatically change the fuel. Okay. But why it is required? It is required because our country okay. Actually, why it is required? In our country, there is no charging station. If the charging station is we are keeping calculation suppose 15 kilometer or 20 kilometer. Suppose there is one station another one. In this way, if one small is station, then that problem will be solved. But it is more difficult to generate the charging station into the and nowadays another concept is coming. Wireless charging. Wireless charging by using the solar PV. Okay, that is also research on research. Another thing is that question and is also they are using the solar PV, solar bidirectional solar PV. That is both sides. Okay, power can be voltage. That means it will be get to both sides. That means in this way, another thing is at night time also the from radiation they can take the energy, they can generate the energy from radiation night time. That also. Now here we have to see the PV, then reactivity, current control, that battery, that current control part, that control part also different type of control you may use nowadays. Okay, controller. There are two types of controller. Everybody knows now. Huh? One is outer controller, another is inner controller. In case of the drive, is that system also totally depending on the two type of drive. One is electrical drive, another is the modern type of drive. So in an electrical drive is totally that means totally depending on the power controller that will be controlling by the inner or outer part. That means current control or in case of the automatic control that means the speed control where we are using for the another things means in case of limitation in case of that will be the position control. Okay, that will be. Now the that part is the motor and wheel part which is directly motor will be connected to the vehicle system. Nowadays actually I don't know how many students or faculty or regarding the farmer and market synchronization. Nowadays, most of us, in case of renewable energy system, where motor are used and electric vehicle, most of us are capturing this motor or carbon and synchronous motor are used due to the high efficiency, 98%. But in solar PV, anybody has idea in PV how much efficiency is available nowadays? Maximum 40 to 45%. Now, so now research is going on regarding that one. The material will be changing with monopolyester. That will be the most we use nowadays. So go to next converter. Okay. This will be the one straight. Go to converter directly. That will be EDR connected, panel is connected, and that also both cases. In case of home appliance, that research part, okay, anybody can research regarding. You have to connect it different way, PV panel, then you have to connect it converter and go in case of the home appliance, in case of the industry, in case of university, anywhere you can do. That is why we are in detail here utility. Next. Go to next. Next, okay. And note, go to circuit diagram. There are actually DC to DC converter actually convert the DC to DC voltage between the peak DC to variable DC. Actually, when you are connected to the PV, suppose you are getting 20 suppose you are getting 20 volts, and our system is controlling by the 40 volts. Okay, then you have to use the which type of converter you have to use converter. So that is why and when suppose any type of motor there is a using for the paper mill. You are using the motor, this motor, then we have to use for the bathroom. This voltage is required. So that means we have to convert it that and also this type of for getting in from the grid to grid. There are three terms are used nowadays in electrical engineer as well as mechanical engineer also. B to D, B to vehicle, vehicle to B. Okay. B to D, B to vehicle, vehicle to B. That means flow of power. Flow of power in terms of the voltage and current. So in terms of voltage, power flow means B to D means suppose 3-phase supply is given here. So 3-phase supply to it will be taken for 3-phase supply. Or 3-phase supply to or single-phase supply to vehicle. Okay, it will be continued. Means supply to converter, AC to DC converter, DC to DC converter, then DC to AC converter, and for 12 of the motor connected with the vehicles. Motor connected to vehicles, Toto. Okay, the DC motor, sometimes DC motors are used in Toto. Okay, that is simple type of circuit. That means when it is the charge now, there is only one diode is connected. One diode connected with the transformer, nothing else. Your charger, mobile charger, only one diode and transformer is connected. When you purchase, how much it can 200 rupees, not minimum. But one diode, how much cost? 10 rupees. One transformer, 20 to 30 rupees. 30 plus 10 how much? 40 rupees. Power is suppose 20 rupees, 60 rupees. 140 rupees for it. Okay? 13 are not discussed. Because that can power you are not getting. Okay. So, same way, when the charging system is given, simply, when car will come, TV is given rooftop. Okay, then I come charging system is there, plug is given to it. That it will be changing. Two ways you have to charge. And another is wireless charging. Now, people come, the loop, the charging has to be wireless, it will be charging. Okay, now another process when you are considering the roof side, all side you have to use in the solar unit. Now when it will be running condition, that time also battery will be charged. Okay, continuously battery that's why it is important. Okay, when current is there, inverter will be fully charged. When fully charged, then we will be low on the both sides. Like I just two bucket of water. Okay, you have to give the water. When two are later, there will be no change. Same thing. So that will be the but another is now with wireless charging, it will be very huge research work also. Actually, in case of another thing is DC to DC converter, there are two types of DC to DC converter. One is isolated, another is non-isolated. Mainly, people are using for the non-isolated converter because the isolated converter there will be huge risks due to the isolated. Why isolated is required actually? Because in any type of system, any type of circuit, there are two types of circuit. One is known as power circuit, another is the control circuit. For control circuit always 32 volt, and power circuit is 120 or 220 volt. So how much it will be 5 times. That is why isolation is required. Okay. So now, in case of the boost converter and mark converter, you may use converter changing of AC to DC means you will DC to voltage or power conversion is changing from the DC to DC. After that DC to AC, it will be changing by which type of converter? Inverter. Okay, in case of our house, appliance, we have to use for the single phase inverter, where it will be 3-phase industry gets for more than 4 power phases, you have to use 3-phase inverter. Okay, so converter. Next, Go to next. Go to the circuit. Next. Not required. Okay. Go to next. 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 Yeah. Now, there is very important thing why I am discussing this type of circuit. Because nowadays, all people are saying AI, regarding AI now. Actually, AI, depending on everybody, already done. It is already done. Minimum 20 years, 30 years before. Okay. This is a computing method, nothing else. Computing method means you guys will need one thing, trial and error method. Now, but any math calculation, we are using the math calculation. Yes and no? Yes sir and no sir. After that, it comes trial and error method. Trial and error method means you are considering the error. First error we are considering, then you have to solve. Okay, suppose this question is coming, no, this is not correct. Okay, X and Y you are considering. Then we are considering 3x plus y. X is not correct. Okay. Now, I equal to I 0 plus na, that's C. Starting from C. Then it comes C plus plus. Yes sir or no sir? Then it comes Java. Yes sir or no sir? In this way, simulation, how we are coming AI, artificial intelligence. That is modified fuzzy logic. Okay, modified fuzzy logic. Fuzzy logic is also one type of consideration. Now, rule based, Mandani based. Rule based means if head is equal to this, head will be this. Now, yes sir, no sir. Then taking neural network. Now its name is coming artificial neural network. Yes sir or no sir? But in our control system, it's already designed 30 years before that are known as a classical controller. Classical controller. That classical controller, there you have to see, you have to a simple circuit diagram represented as a any type of system. Without R, L, and C, resistance, capacitance in that way, nobody is the engineer. Okay, it is not a possible. It is not a possible. R, L, and C. You will go for your mobile, they will check the resistance of the capacitance. Number one, it is short or not. Your TV will go. I will check that one. Everywhere, these three are used. Without these three, nothing is possible. You are not an engineer. How do you know these things? In case of civil engineering, mechanical engineering, that is why first year basics is given. Basic electrical. Okay. So now, here a simple circuit is given. You have to see, this is one common circuit. There one part is written, compensator, you know. This is compensator. This is a compensator is a word, but you can use any type of algorithm. Any type of algorithm you can use. AI is the algorithm, yes. AI is the condition, nothing else. Okay, if you will give the condition, then you will give the result. Okay, that is man-made. That is man-made. Okay, you will give the information to robot, robot will do what? Yes sir or no sir? If you will not give any information, they will not work. Understood now? So that is it. So that also when physical issues you can also using the AI technology. AI, anything, any type of algorithm you can implement by the compensator. If you have one controller case, that is known as a chaos controller. Chaos controller. Okay. Now, what next? Next. What one example? Just okay. Next. Next. Only one example. Go to one example. That's right. Here you have to see the multi-string TV topology for case. When somebody research and anybody, there are different way, string way, have two is given. Suppose gigawatt is required, then you have to TV panel. Nowadays, everybody knows now how much what TV panel is available in the market. Okay, and this way, and area from the area also you can consider how many TV panel is required. Okay, in this way, you have to design in this way. That will be utility. By utility here, I already know you may use for the home appliance. Okay, in your house purpose also, in your industry purpose also, and that will be when you have to use the industry purpose, that component estimation will be only 10. Remaining circuit will be 7. This is only for topology, means a small part of it in-house prototype or in-house prototype. Go to next. This is one of our instrument, the name instrument, completed that one that you have to see that using gas well DC motor, which for the electric vehicle. EV based, it is okay. Gas well DC motor are used using the EV based sensorless one. Go to next. Here you have to say, this is also. That side is the wind turbine, it is connected with another turbine. Then you have to say equal to given. This is green to green connection. Green to green. Next, here you have to say hybrid. This is the hybrid. That is also one of my key students. That will be there will be both sides is possible. When night time, wind turbine will work. Okay. Review will work night time. Okay, next, go to next. Yeah, we have to see. You can use any type of sources. In case of example is given, sunlight, wind turbine, biogas. Okay, that one. Next, this is the next. That one then we have another example for when we are using the provision control and then also you can use AI everything. Okay. Go to next. This is another example of that when we have the energy storage system are connected. Energy storage system are connected. Go to next. Thank you. Okay. Complete. Any question?
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful explanation. Now, the online keynote session will be continuing in room number 212. Please, everyone requested to proceed room number 212 and partner discussion keynote session. Thank you. And the session 2 will be continuing with the So please stay back who are going to rescue the papers. Please stay back here because room I can't hear you. What are you saying? So I'm sorry.
Ma'am, we are adjusting the camera so that you can also see us, the audience and us. So just it will take us just a few minutes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me when you are ready to start, please.
Yes, ma'am, we'll just start. So our keynote speaker for today is Dr. Monica Galvez, civil engineer, lecturer, and specialist in structural diagnostics at University of Cagliari, Italy. An expert in non-destructive testing and sustainable construction materials, her work contributes significantly to the assessment and durability of modern civil engineering. She will deliver her keynote on mechanical and durability properties of recycled aggregate concrete. Please join us all in welcoming ma'am.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear ma'am.
Okay. Good morning again. I'm very pleased to be here at this conference and very honored to have been invited to this presentation. My presentation will focus on advancing in the properties of recycled aggregate concrete as a new construction material, specifically regarding its durability and mechanical performance. Research presented today has been sponsored by the Italian government within the Circles project, steel and sorry, I have some problem with my PC. So just a moment, please. Okay. I was saying the project was sponsored by the Italian government and within the Circles project titled Steel and Recycled Concrete Slab, and it was funded by the program PRIAN 2022, whose results I think were presented yesterday by Professor Flavio Stocchino. Concrete remains the most widely used construction material worldwide, but its production carries a substantial environmental burden, particularly to the cement manufacturing. To promote sustainability and resource conservation, the use of recycled concrete aggregates sourced from construction and demolition waste has emerged as a promising strategy, offering a reduction of natural resource extraction and promoting on circular economy principle. Moreover, green building certification and improved crushing, screening, and quality control technology encourage the use of recycled aggregates in new mixes, making them a key element in sustainable construction. Despite this benefit, replacing natural aggregates with RCA with the recycled concrete aggregate RCA often raises concerns about performance and durability. Recycled concrete aggregates typically exhibits different behaviors with respect to natural aggregates due to the hardened concrete they are typically coated with, which can modify some physical properties,
such as porosity, water absorption, and interfacial transition zone, which can be less dense. All these properties can compromise both mechanical strength and long-term durability compared to conventional strength. This study will present the results of two extended experimental campaigns, investigate the mechanical and durability properties of recycled aggregate concrete produced with varying levels of fine and coarse aggregate concrete, recycled concrete aggregates. Moreover, the sources of recycled concrete aggregates were different for the two campaigns, with the aim of providing a comprehensive understanding of the performance of the concrete made with recycled aggregates. Specifically, no information about the original concrete was known, nor whether the original structure had been subjected to critical loading or severe environmental conditions. At the University of Cagliari, under the supervision of Professor Stocchino, several recycled aggregated concrete mixes were cast and tested at two different times and varying the replacement percentage. Both coarse and fine aggregates were replaced with the recycled one. During the first campaign, held in 2023, were casted the control mix M0, made of natural aggregates, and the mixes called M30, M50, and M100, having 30%, 50%, and 100% of substitution, respectively. In the table are illustrated the mix design. The second campaign was performed in 2024 using mix M0, M20, M70, and M100. Also, having 20%, 70%, and 100% of substitution. Fine aggregate and coarse aggregate have been substituted with the same percentage. So M20, for an instance, represents the mix having the 20% substitution in fine and coarse aggregate. As the same the other mix. As I was saying previously, because of the different origin of the aggregates, both mix control M0 and mix M100 were casted again in the two experimental to compare the difference of properties. Cement quantity and water to cement ratio remain fixed for all mix in both the experimental campaign. This table shows the main properties of recycled aggregates used in the two campaigns, while in this picture are illustrated some phases of the casting and the molding. Mechanical tests have been performed at 7 days, 28 days, and 90 days after natural curing. And tests were performed according to the European standard 12,319 series. In the graph, the light blue color represents the first campaign of the 2023, and the red one represents the second campaign. In this graph are reported the results of the compression test after 7 days of aging. While in these graphs are reported the results of the compression test at 28 days. It can be observed that the second campaign performed better than the first one, and no reduction in compressive strength is observed except of the mix M100. A similar behavior was recorded at 90-day test. In this picture are shown the results of the splitting test. And the same behavior is observed in the samples. Completely different behavior instead was achieved for the modulus of elasticity. All mixes recorded a reduction more or less severe if compared with the control mix, as we can see from the graph. Here now I'll present the results of the durability test. Durability of reinforced concrete is significantly influenced by the transport mechanism of aggressive fluid within its microstructure. Among these fluids, the most important affecting reinforced steels are oxygen, water, carbon chloride and carbon dioxide, and chloride ions. In this context, oxygen is generally chosen as performing gas during tests because of its chemical inertness to the porous structure of concrete. In order to calculate the specific oxygen permeability coefficient, a flat sample with a diameter of 150 millimeters and a height of 50 millimeters was placed inside the device shown in the picture on the right, and it was subjected to 5 different oxygen pressure ranging from 0.15 megapascal to 0.35 megapascal. The inlet and the outlet pressure were measured, while flow meters measured the flow rate of the gas passing through the sample. And the flow rate was measured for each step of each of the 5 interval step pressures until the flow was stabilized. So the specific oxygen permeability coefficient expressed in square meter was calculated as the average of the 5 values for each pressure step. Results has been illustrated in this table. This is the coefficient permeability test. The oxygen permeability coefficient. Another challenging fluid for concrete is water. Water's permeability test has been conducted according to the European standard 12,390 part 8 under the supervision of Professor Fernando Lopez Gallard at the University of Oviedo. In these cases, In this case, a cubic specimen with a size of 150 millimeter after 28 days of aging was subjected to a water pressure of 5 atmosphere on one side for a period of 72 hours. The device illustrated in the figure, in the picture, the device of the test is illustrated in this picture. After the period of 72 hours, the sample was removed from the test device and was subjected to a splitting test in order to evaluate the penetration profile. And this figure represents profile, the penetration of water and after the test. And these are the results for the samples in the two campaign for each mix test. Another durability test carried out also at the University of Oviedo is the carbonation resistance. The resistance to corrosion of steel reinforced due to loss of alkalinity in the concrete matrix due to carbonation plays a significant role in structure serviceability. So the behavior of concrete to carbonation is an important property to be measured. The test was performed in accordance with the European standard 12,390 part 12, applying the accelerated carbonation method. This method provides that samples were placed in a chamber with a carbon dioxide concentration of 3% by volume at a temperature of 20 degrees Celsius and a relative humidity of 57% for a period that can vary from 7 days up to 70 days. In our campaign, tests were performed at 7 days, 14 days, and 28 days. For each mix, 3 specimens were exposed to accelerated carbonation, and after the designated intervals, they were subjected to a splitting test, and the carbonation depth was evaluated using a phenolphthalein indicator, and the profile of penetration, the profile of carbonation was measured. The red in the picture on the left, we can see the sample after the splitting test. The red part was the samples which has not affected by carbonation, and it has a purple color. The purple color, the edge of the samples who was affected by carbonation are maintain the color intact, and not they weren't affected by the indicator, the phenolphthalein. They wasn't colored by the phenolphthalein indicator. In this graph are showed the results for the samples at the three period of the test, and it can be observed better performance of the in the carbonation that of the mix of the samples of the second campaign. Another test we made during the campaign, the experimental campaign, is the freeze and thaw resistance that was evaluated according to the European standard CIN-TS 12390 part 9, which assess the concrete durability under cyclic freezing and thawing condition. In this case, for each mix, specimens were subjected to repeated freeze and thaw exposed according to the profile temperature in this in the graph of the on the right, where the temperature has fluctuation from in the 25 hours from 20 degrees Celsius to minus 25 degrees Celsius. The samples were saturated before starting the cycling of freeze and thawing. And the mass were measured the mass were measured at 7, 15, 14, 28, 28 and 56 days. The loss rate the mass loss rate expressed in percent was used as the primary durability indicator, reflecting surface damage and material degradation due to the cyclic stresses. The graphs show the mass loss rate for each mix. We can observe that in this case, for this test, the second campaign performed worse respect to the first campaign, because we registered a higher loss mass rate. Loss mass rate. This is, for example, is an example of a sample damaged after the period of the freeze and thaw cycle. In this case, the sample is the N100, which reported severe damage. Another important dangerous agent for concrete is the chloride ion. Chloride ingress was assessed by using the rapid chloride permeability test, whose device is shown in this picture. This test was performed in accordance with the American standard ASTM C1202. This test measures the total charge passed expressed in Coulomb across a concrete specimen over 6-hour period under an applied voltage, offering a quantitative indication of the material's resistance to chloride transport. For each mix, cylindrical slice with a diameter of 100 mm and a thickness of 50 mm were tested after a period of 20 days of curing, and the average charge passed was recorded. The graph shows the test results. Surprisingly, first campaign specimen show best performance to chloride penetration with respect to the second one. Other important characteristics for concrete durability and serviceability are creep and shrinkage. The goal of the creep test is to determine the deformation of hardened concrete subjected to a sustained constant longitudinal compressive load. Change in the length of the test specimens were measured over a defined period after the standard 20-day curing and under environmental temperature and relative humidity conditions. In this study, samples were monitored for 9 consecutive months. As an example, the picture in the slide depicts the results for the mix, the control mix M0 and the mix M100. It can be observed that the mix containing 100% substitution shows a much higher strength than the control mix, in accordance with the results of the modulus of elasticity, because it is more deformable. In red, refer to the vertical axis on the right, the temperature profile during the tested period. This one and this one. Simultaneously with the creep test, the shrinkage test was conducted using additional specimen equipped with a strain gauge measuring strain gauge deformation. Temperature and relative humidity conditions were the same as those of the creep test. Again, the M100 specimen is more sensitive, as recorded more this fluctuation in strain than the M0 samples, as we can see in the picture. This is the deformation due to shrinkage in the M0 samples, which is more stable, despite of the variation of temperature, while M100 is more deformable, is more affected by fluctuation of temperature during the same period. In conclusion, we can say that results achieved from these 2 experimental campaigns on recycled aggregate concrete demonstrate the great potential of this construction material, despite the scattered result in mechanical and durability tests. Undoubtedly, recycled aggregate concrete is a promising material that will contribute to the reduction of landfill waste and disposal costs, addressing urban environmental challenges effectively. Moreover, local sourcing of recycled aggregates could reduce transportation costs and could become economically competitive for construction companies. Although the technical performance of recycled aggregate concrete is adequate for non-structural uses, its use as a structural material is still limited. It is partially due to the national regulation restriction, but also it is poor use in structure is due to the difficulties in obtaining recycled concrete aggregates of adequate quality, whose poor properties negatively affect the mechanical performance and durability of recycled aggregate concrete. This study thus encourages continuation of research in this field because an appropriate selection of material, applying, for example, selective demolition and more severe quality control procedure, along with the mixed design optimization specifically studied for recycled concrete aggregates, will lead to constructively well-performing concrete and contribute to the advancement of sustainable materials and good practice in construction. And this is a great challenge for the construction sector, encouraging innovation and research in construction and demolition waste management, recycling, and new construction materials. Thank you for attention. If you have any question, I'm very glad to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your insightful words. So, ma'am is asking that if you are having any questions regarding this matter, so you can please ask. But I think they understood the theme that you have explained. It is wonderful. So I think that they don't have any more questions because you made this understand by everyone actually. So it is request that ma'am, thank you. And the audience think they don't have any more questions. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Excuse me, I can't hear.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I haven't heard. What are you saying?
So we are having a lunch, right? So I request every participant, every organizing committee members, please go to the canteen hall and enjoy your lunch. So sharp, you will be back in my place. So be back to the sharp 2 p.m. As a respective venue for your sessions. But in your session, it will be going on from number 2 and every session. And the keynote session will be going on in room number 212 and the technical session 2 will be going on in 7 o'clock. Thank you everyone.
Ernest Majumdar sir earned his master's degree in energy engineering from the University of Cagliari, Italy. He has completed his PhD at the University of Salerno, Italy, and his doctoral research was focused on risk and sustainability in environmental engineering systems, with an emphasis on improving the performance and resilience of masonry retrofitting systems. Sir is currently working as a research scholar in the Department of Civil, Environmental, and Architectural Engineering at the University of Cagliari, Italy. His research area lies at the intersection of structural engineering, sustainable building and construction materials, and energy efficiency and efficient structures. Notably, he has authored more than 30 peer-reviewed journal articles contributing to the advancement of sustainable engineering practices. His research primarily focuses on natural fiber-based retrofitting techniques like integrated retrofitting, upgrading strategies to improve the thermal structural performance of the masonry structures while promoting global sustainability. A key aspect of his research involves integrated retrofitting approaches where structural strengthening and thermal energy retrofitting are combined into holistic rehabilitation strategies. This approach not only improves structural safety but also enhances energy efficiency, cost effectiveness, and environmental sustainability. Further, he investigates the use of eco-friendly and low-carbon natural fiber composites as alternatives to sustainable strengthening techniques. Okay, his work evaluates the mechanical behavior, durability, and effectiveness in enhancing the strength, ductility, and resilience of new and existing structures. So today, sir will be speaking on natural fiber integrated retrofitting. Please, all of us welcome Dr. Anas Majumdar, sir.
Hello. Can you please confirm me if my voice is audible?
Yes, sir. So it is audible, sir. So you
Okay.
can start.
Okay. Thank you very much for the introduction, kind introduction. As told by the chair, sir, that my name is Arnas Majumdar. I work at the University of Cagliari, Italy. And today my speech will be natural fiber integrated retrofitting systems. But before I start, I would like to show where my university is located. As you can see here, it's located in the Mediterranean Sea. This is a small island called, it's a part of Italy, and it's called Sardinia, and it's located here. And there are some beautiful beaches here. So if you come for studies or vacation, you can enjoy your stay here. More than these beautiful beaches, it's a beautiful place for beautiful architecture, as you can see below. And more than architecture, if you go to the past, there is a civilization which is near about 4,000 years ago. This civilization was there. It's called Nuragi civilization. So civil engineering and structural engineering already existed here on the past. It's a like a Bronze Age civilization. Okay, so the framework of my today's speech, it starts with introduction, then set of art review, innovation, then it will be included the novelty, then the material we have used, the results, then a little bit carbon footprint analysis and conclusion. Last time when I was visiting your institute, I have talked about the same another project which is flex fiber retrofitting system, and this is the jute fiber retrofitting system. So this is a complete work from the beginning to the end. So I'd like to share with you this work. So what is the main focus of our research activities? The main focus of our group is to fabricate or construct some building materials which can be used for the rural construction as well as urban construction. When I talk about rural construction, it can be considered the Indian villages or houses. So a material which can be used by the poor or middle class family to build their houses, or it can be also used in Italian cities or European cities or Indian cities also for retrofitting purpose. Now, this is a very old survey of 2011, which a survey based in India. And based on this survey, you can see that near about 47% of the Indian population, they live in these kind of houses. Okay, now we are in 2026, so this percentage is little bit lesser. How much? Not so much. If you still go to the villages or city suburbs, you can find people are living in this kind of houses, which are of course not healthy living condition. So and another problem exists in Europe and also some part of India, not everywhere, that is vulnerable to the natural disaster like earthquake. And if you consider the European context or in Indian context also, most of these buildings are not well retrofitted. Thermal retrofitting I'm talking about. So most of the energy which we use are dissipated, means we lost. A simple example: you are heating your house, the windows are not well adapted, you lose most of your energy. There was a data I saw a few days back in United States. Total out of total energy, near about 60 to 65% energy are lost because of this problem. So it's a huge cost for the country and the people. Now, if you see the earthquake zone in some part of India also is very much risky zone because of the earthquake. And so as in Italy, if you can see, this is the map of Italy. Now it is a map of Europe, and here is Italy. And near about 70% of the Italian landmass is vulnerable to the earthquake. Therefore, it's very urgent for structural retrofitting, as I already have mentioned, why thermal retrofitting also important. And another important data, this is also we should keep in our mind that the construction and building material sector, building sector, they consume near about 40% of energy if we compare European Union, and globally also 36%. And also it's the highest emitter of CO2. So it's indirectly or indirectly responsible for greenhouse warming. Now, uh, now when we go to any conference, or if you saw our prime minister or anyone, they talked about smart cities. And when BJP government came, they said they will want to build 100 smart cities. But if you see no one talking about smart villages, if village is not smart, how cities can be smarter? So if people in the village are not happy, how people in the city can be happy? So it's coexisting and correlated. So being a researcher, our focus is to contribute to the society through providing everyone a sustainable, affordable, healthy living condition. Further, our projects also target or also support the sustainable development goals. Now, if you are a student or researcher or academic, teachers or professors, you know very well what is sustainable development goals. Most of the countries are joined to these goals, and they are contributing towards these goals. Now, through our projects, we want to also mitigate two things: that is risk, which is related to the earthquake or seismic activities, and also sustainability. We want to bring through following the energy standard, or we are punching both the structural retrofitting and thermal retrofitting, and we call it as integrated retrofitting. Now, when we talk about this project, it has three phases. In the first phase, we have work on fiber and thread. Then, based on the first level and experience on the first level, on the second level, that is, we work on the composite motor, and we have tested we have analyzed the mechanical and as well as thermal properties. And based on the first level and second level, on the third level, we have retrofitted the machinery walls. And here we have targeted both structural and thermal retrofitting. And please remember, I would like to highlight here that when I talk about the structural and thermal retrofitting is integrated retrofitting. Now, why jute fiber? This is a natural fiber. It's available, if you see, abundantly available in India, Bangladesh, Brazil, China. And also it's biodegradable, recyclable, and also it costs less as it's cheaper. And most importantly or interestingly, it is the second most produced natural fiber in the world. Now, when we talk about state of art review, the first research on integrated retrofitting published was on 2017, and thereafter, if you see until now, most of the researchers they have talked about the integrated retrofitting, but mostly they have targeted the structural retrofitting, and they have said that these are suitable for thermal retrofitting because we have used expanded polystyrene EPS. You know, they have a EPS have a has a very good insulation property. So there is no test has been done. It's like they have considered is thermally insulated. Now, what is the innovation of this research or the novelty of this research? Because every research should have some novelty. You should contribute to the society. So the main thing we have contributed that we have targeted or we have used the natural fiber for creating or a package, like you see, we call it as TRM system package, where all jute fiber products have been used, like nets, diatoms, composite mortar. It's all made of jute fiber. It's all natural fibers. It's 100% natural fibers. So this is the innovation. And I'd like to highlight here clearly that before us, none of the research groups, no university, they have worked on 100% natural fiber like we have done. Again, I highlight and I quote that it's called integrated retrofitting. If you go for only structural retrofitting, you will find papers or researches or results, whatever. If you target only thermal retrofitting, you can find. But integrated retrofitting, no. This is the first time we have studied. Now, the first level that we have bought the jute fiber and jute threads from India to Italy. Of course, we paid a lot for that, and you see we have used two kinds of threads. It's class 1 and class 2. We have named it because of this diameter. Of course, if you consider the jute thread diameter, it's not precise because you know very well this is natural fiber. Now, for mortar, we have used the structural mortar and thermal mortars. And structural mortar is a cement-based mortar, and thermal mortar is a there are some particles which helps for insulation property or improve the insulation property. Now, the jute fiber, which jute fibers you have seen. I hope most of the people here are Indians. If somebody is attending from outside, they know jute fiber is very long. It's about 2 meters to 3 meters, but how can we use it? It's not possible. So we have chopped them, of course, manually and into three fiber length. If you see here, 30 millimeter, 10 millimeters, and 5 millimeters. Now, it's very important because this is the first time we were using the jute fiber in the mortar. And it is very clear for us that when we use the jute fiber, some extra water will be necessary because fibers absorb and trap water. We know very well from our personal experiences at home or other places. So we have decided that we should know how much these fibers or like jute fiber can absorb. So here you can see the graph where it's clearly show that after near about 2 hours, means okay, very precisely I can say that jute fiber achieve its saturation level after 2 hours. After 2 hours, it doesn't absorb more water, so it's okay until 2 hours. So what is the result? We found that it can absorb near about more than 200% of its original weight. So we have done same for the thread also. As you can see, both the results are quite similar to the fiber. Then we have done the tensile strength test, and the result you can see that the result of tensile strength found to be in about 215 megapascal. And how we have done this test? Because we bought the jute fiber and we collected near about 20 samples like this, and it was random from the middle here and there, and then we have done this test. And after that, we have done some durability tests. We wanted to see how it works in distilled water or salty solution or alkaline solution. We kept these threads near about for 42 days, and we have done the resistance test. The first graph you see here, this is without any treatment because they are totally means natural without any treatment. While these are in distilled water, salty solution, and alkaline solution. The results are very interesting. The salty solution and alkaline solution result reduced the tensile strength, but not so much. It's acceptable. While the distilled water, it reduced more than half. The same for here. This is the result for 1 millimeter fiber, and this is for the 2 millimeter thread. And based on that previous result, and we have done, we have choose the 1 millimeter thread for our thread preparation, which you will see in the next slides. Here, the 1 millimeter thread has been used to prepare the net. You can see here, the net has been prepared totally manually by us at our laboratory, and two types of nets were prepared. You can see one is 1 meter by 1 meter, and another is uh, 0.9, 0.7. The reason is that bigger one you use for structural retrofitting, smaller one we use on the smaller wall for thermal retrofitting. And two type of mesh you can see here. This is thinner mesh and this is a little bit bigger mesh. Now these nets also were subjected to the tensile strength test, and the result here you can see is very interesting here too. And the load bearing capacity of the thinner fiber is more. You can see is than the uh, is 1 millimeter is more than the 2 millimeter threads. Now we have used we have prepared also the jute diatoms using the jute fiber, and you can see here we have done the same test, tensile strength test, and the result you can see the found to be near about 16 megapascal, we can say, in plus minus. Okay, now after finishing the first level, in the second level, we have prepared the composite motor, and they were subject to the mechanical properties like flexural strength test and compression test, and the thermal properties like thermal conductivity test. Here you can see this is a heat flow meter where we have done this thermal test. Now, here you can see how we have prepared this composite motor, and this is a matrix you can see. The combination is 30 millimeter with 5%, 10 millimeter with 5%, 5 millimeter with 5%, the same 32% and 2%. So these are all combinations. So you can see how many combinations we have done. Then water percentage used. This is, yeah. So as already have mentioned you previously that we needed extra water. So how much extra water we needed here in this table you can see is always, it is quite clear that when you use smaller fiber, means the fiber length, smaller fiber length, you need always more water than the longer fiber. Now, this is a simple flow chart which shows the sample preparation. And at the top, you see the various combinations, and then so the mixture, the shaking table test, and these two samples were prepared. And on the right side, you can see here the samples were placed inside the plastic for first like 4 or 5 days, and then okay, first 2 days, 1.5 days in mold, then 5 days near about 5 days in the plastic, and then we left it inside our curing chamber with a constant temperature and humidity. Near about humidity was 65%, if I'm not wrong. The temperature was very near to 20 degrees Celsius, and it left for 28 days before we have done the test. Means on 28th day we have done all the tests. So these are the 3-point bending test you can see here. The first one is there is no fiber inside it. The other three are with fibers. This is 30. You see here is 30 millimeter long fiber, 10 millimeter long fiber, and 5 millimeter long fiber. This is a video here I want to show you. This is a sample without any fiber, which break immediately after reaching the maximum load. And here in the right side, you see the fiber with 30 millimeter length fiber. Even if it is cracked, means broken in two pieces, but they are not separated due to the presence of fiber, which fiber, the presence of fiber is working as a bridge between these two, these two parts, broken parts. Okay, these are the results of our fracture strength test. And the red line in each graph you see, this is a reference sample which is without any fiber. Of course, is higher strength, because when you introduce fiber, the strength reduces. But one thing is happening, you see here, it is in the sample without any fiber, it goes to the maximum load, okay, and it collapses. Whereas when the samples are with fiber, it cracks, but it still carries load continuously. The green you see, yellow you see, black you see. The black one is 5 millimeter, that is smaller fiber, and the green is the longer fiber. In this case, the longer fibers, when there is present, they can carry more load. This is the result we have observed, and it's same for both type of fiber mixture we have observed. Okay, this video is very interesting. I think you'll enjoy. This is a DIC analysis, and it's quite clear from this analysis that at the bottom you see here, these two parts are already broken and separated, but here is the presence of fiber which is still carrying load continuously. And here you can see how much this gap, this crack gap is near about 9 millimeter. So still it was carrying the load. So there is advantage of presence of fiber also. So here you can see the crack pattern, or how much it can open, and it's quite clear that longer fibers, it can hold more the samples. I'm sorry, I'm feeling a little bad. Okay. And here is the compression strength test. And here also you can see this first is without any fiber. And it's very clear that this is a perfect hourglass collapse, which we generally observe in samples. Whereas the presence of fiber is here is very much clear. In this zoom figure, you can see the fibers are holding two blocks like a bridge. Now, the same in the compressive strength test also is observed that with the increase of fiber percentage, the strength reduced quite linearly, as you can see here. Here, no fiber, then 0.5% fiber, 1% fiber, 1.5% fiber, 2% fiber. So you see here is reducing here. Okay, so after the mechanical test, we have used the samples for the thermal test. And what is this? This is thermal conductivity. And before we do the test, we have dried all the samples to remove the moisture from it, because we have noticed that the presence of moisture is always responsible for increasing little bit the thermal conductivity value. I'm not going in details about this test. Just enjoy the result and the pictures. And here you see the various combinations of various samples, and this is the result. And here also is clearly noticeable that with the increase of fiber percentage, the thermal conductivity value is reducing. Yes, this is an advantage for us, because we want a insulation material, because when the thermal conductivity value is reducing, the property of insulation of the material or the sample is increasing. So we want a sample like this. The same for the other combination also. And here is very interesting. You can see here that we have done tests at various tests of thermal conductivity at various steps. Like after initial drying phase, means this is the plastic when it's coming out from the plastic, and we did the first test. Then during the natural drying, we did another 2 tests. Okay, so and this is after oven drying, we did another test. So you see here the presence of water, okay, is reducing, and the thermal conductivity value is also reducing. So it's clear indication that presence of water influence the thermal conductivity value. Okay, so here you can see here a integrated property. So it's clear in this infographs that the first one is without any fiber. So there's a complete drop after reaching the maximum load. So here I have presented the strain energy. The yellow part is strain energy. So you see here, because of presence of fiber, the strain energy for 2% fiber increased near about 500%, whereas 5 millimeter is near about 50%. So it's clear evident that when you add fiber, the load bearing capacity of the sample increase, and also it helps in dissipating the applied energy. So think about in a seismic zone where there is earthquake or something. And okay, I understand there's a crack, but still, because of the presence of fiber, is carrying the seismic load. So it's advantage of the presence of fiber. So this is a integrated property where I have presented both compressive strength and thermal conductivity. You see here, both are reducing. One is, of course, we don't want, that is reduction in the compressive strength. Another, we want the reduction in thermal conductivity. So we want a product which is a balance between both. Now, after the first phase and second phase, based on our experience in the first phase and the second phase, we went to the integrated level. That is, when I talk about integrated, remember, this is structural and thermal retrofitting. So here in this picture, you see the left side, the structural. We have done the in plane cyclic test for evaluating the structural property, whereas on the right side you see the thermal. This is the climate chamber. We have evaluated the thermal property of the machinery wall. Okay, so here you see in this picture there are various combinations how we have used the diatom, how we have used the net, which type of net has been used to prepare which type of threads has been used to prepare the net, and how they have placed. So this is a general information I would like to share with you. So how we have choose this means which percentage of fiber and which length is optimum for us. Okay, based on our, I told you in the first phase and second phase experience, you see this graph. Here we have choose the 1% fiber and 30 millimeter fiber because it's in the middle of all the values. So this is optimum for us because we don't want to reduce too much the mechanical property, and we want to have a balanced thermal property. Okay, so here in this picture you see we have retrofitted various wall with various combinations with diatoms, with composite mortar, and without net. So you see here we have used 2 walls side by side, and we have applied the cyclic load. And H1, the number H you are seeing, these are the hydraulic jacks, and we fix the wall with the application of a top load that is 5 ton and another is 8 ton. So these are 3 wall you can see. Here you see here we have only the net, and also we have applied the composite mortar above. This is the if you see the mesh is bigger than this mesh. So these 2 walls, 2 type of different nets we have used, but the composite mortar used are same. Here we have not used any net, but the composite mortar used here is the same. So here you see we have used the diagonal transducer to measure the movement, diagonal movement, and these are the these are the actuator which has been used for applying the loads. And at the back also you see there are two transducer we have applied. And here you can see 3 videos. The first one is without any retrofitting, so there is a collapse. In this case, the wall was completely collapsed. And in these 2 cases, the next 2 cases here, you see there's a crack, but the wall it doesn't fall because of presence of net. The same here also you see the wall was totally broken, okay, but it doesn't fall. So this is the advantage. So as I have already told you, okay, I have not told, I repeat, because it is a in-place cyclic load. So we have applied 4 load cycles. In the first load, start with the lower load, is you see below 50. The second one is 100, below 100. Third one is and a little bit above 100, and then this red one is near about you see near about 50 kilonewton, and this blue one is the ultimate, means after this 4 cycle we have used the maximum load uh, where the wall was totally collapsed. Collapse means we started seeing the first crack. Okay, and this is in this graph you see this is a comparison between the all walls with and without retrofitting, and here you see the lowest value. Of course, we have for the walls without any retrofitting is near about 40 kilonewton, and uh, all other you see it went above 200 kilonewton. So there's a huge improvement due to the application of these retrofitting systems. Okay, so here you can see that a simple example of a wall when it collapsed, and in the zoom view you can see the nets are completely uh, broken, and also the presence of some jute fiber you can see. If you can see, I don't know if it's clearly visible or not, but is there. And here in this figure, which I'm showing you now in the right side lower corner, you see here also the net the layer the more means the plaster is completely separated. So in this case you think you are sleeping beside this wall and after the earthquake, but this chunk of the plaster don't fall on you, so it doesn't hurt you. So this is another advantage of application of jute net. So this is a DIC analysis we have done. I want to show you this picture. This is very, very interesting for you. With naked eyes, it's not possible to see the crack pattern. But if you see here in this software, it tells you how the cracks are developing inside the wall. So mainly at the beginning here, where this actuator is there, you see the cracks. But after this part, it's not visible with naked eye, but it's clear with this software. So DIC analysis is very interesting to analyze the crack pattern. So here you see here that how in this graph it has been represented how the cracks are oscillating with time. The same here too. Now I would like to show you our climate chamber. This is the climate chamber. We have done the thermal analysis, and last time when I have visited your institute, some of you might have seen this, but those who have not seen it, I'd like to tell for them that this this chamber having 3 parts. One left side you see here, these are movable, it can open, okay. And in the middle you have this wall where we prepare our wall samples, and from the left and right it opens or closes. After closing, you can set the external and internal room conditions or ambient condition. You can of course change from left to right whatever you want, and you can set temperature, humidity, ventilation, or it can be fixed, or you can choose a variable based on your requirement. So we have fixed it because we wanted to have like this. So these are the some measurement you can see, and we have applied on the wall the flux temperature flux meter and temperature sensor. And based on our measurements, how we have done the measurement, first we have measured the wall, then we applied the first layer, then we have applied the net, and then we have applied the composite layer. So you see here, ultimately we have calculated the thermal transmittance. So the first one, this is wall without any retrofitting. The thermal transmittance is near about 1.8, okay, watt meter square Kelvin. And here, after retrofitting with our NFTRM package, means natural fiber textile reinforced mortar package, which we have created, see how it reduced. So of course, the insulation property of the wall improved. So this we want. What do we want? The wall should be structurally strong and also thermally insulated. So we have achieved our goal to have both. So this is a simple comparison between the two walls without any retrofitting versus with retrofitting with jute fiber NFTRM system, natural fiber TRM system package. You see, as I told you, our structural load bearing capacity increased near about 500%. Okay, it's a little bit less, but near about. Whereas thermal transmittance is reduced 36%. So we are having an integrated behavior, means positive integrated behavior, which we have achieved with our retrofitting strategy. This is also a comparison. I'm not going in details here because there are some calculations. Okay, now I would like to go very fast to show you our on-field survey we have done in India. Okay, I went personally to the villages and I have asked to the farmers various questions. And also I went to the jute mill near Kolkata, and I have collected the data from there too. Based on this data, this flowchart has been prepared, and we found the points where energy and CO2 are emitted. Okay, or energy has been used mainly, and only in the case of jute fiber plant, jute plant cultivation, you see here, there's a positive thing is happening. Is O2 is emitted in the nature because it's a plant, and also it absorbs CO2. So it's a dual positive effect is there. Of course, here during the process, there are a lot of energy has been used and CO2 has been emitted. But at the end, when we calculate, we see there is a mitigation of this use of jute fiber. How you see the calculation? So the net CO2 balance is near about 2,000 kg CO2. In conclusion, I'd like to say that during this near about 2.5 to 3 years project in 3 phases, we have done a total 985 official tests. But this is, I'm talking about official, but if you see unofficial or here and there, it's more than 1,000 tests we have done. And you see a various tests we have done during these phases. So in the conclusion, I'd like to say that I think you also agree with me that our group is able to create a product which is eco-friendly, sustainable, recyclable, smart, integrated machinery retrofitting, which can be used as a smart retrofitting system. And of course, we are contributing to reduce the carbon footprint. And of course, we're contributing to have a balanced, sustainable growth and development. And we have published near about 11 papers. Here I have put few interesting papers. If you're interested, you can use this QR code to download them. And you see here. And thank you very much for your patience hearing. And if you have any question, I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the audience? So thank you, sir, for your insightful and insightful session. So we are grateful to have you as a keynote speaker, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presence It has definitely have enriched all the participants and the delegates with your insightful sessions.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
Yes, sir.
No, can I leave now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So our next keynote speaker will join soon. So till the time, please be in the session. Our next speaker will be joining soon. Just finish it.
All the participants joined?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it-
Yes, sir. The participants. Yes, sir.
Okay.
There's a live view, sir. You can see the participants to be joined.
Sure. So first, will you introduce me or what is the
Yes,
procedure?
sir. Yes, sir. I introduce you, sir. So just if you can share the screen, sir, if you are saying.
My screen has been shared.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible, sir. So then I start, sir, with the introducing, sir. So good afternoon, all. We are pleased to welcome Professor Devalo Ghosh, sir, as our next keynote speaker, sir. Professor Devmalo Ghosh is a distinguished academician, researcher, and consultant with over 21 years of experience in teaching, research, training, and academic administration. He is currently serving as professor in the Department of Business Administration, Assam University, Silchar, specializing in operation management, information systems, supply chain and logistic management, and business analytics. Professor Ghosh possesses a diverse academic background with qualifications including BE in Electrical Engineering from NIT Silchar, MBA, MCA, MTech, and PhD in Operation Management, along with several professional certifications and postgraduate diplomas. Throughout his academic career, he has made significant contributions to research and higher education. He has successfully guided 7 PhD scholars, is presently supervising 8 doctoral researchers, and has mentored more than 90 MBA dissertations and projects. His scholarly achievements include the publication of over 50 research papers in national and international journals and 8 books in the fields of operations and project management. Beyond teaching and research, Professor has actively contributed to the consultancy and institutional development. He has completed consultancy assignments in project management for the District Disaster Management Authority, DDMA, structure, and is associated with ongoing projects supported by NITI Aayog and IIENEC. He also serves as a director of the Career Counseling and Placement Cell and coordinator of the Incubation Cell at Assam University. A recognized resource person and session chair, Professor Ghosh has participated in and contributed to more than 50 national and international conferences, workshops, FDPs, EDPs, earning widespread recognition for his expertise in operation, project management, entrepreneurship, and business system. So, all of us kindly welcome Professor Ghosh sir for his keynote session. Please round of applause.
Thank you, esteemed colleagues and participants. It's been nice that we all are gathered here in this occasion. And on this occasion, I'm going to share my address mentioning as smart operations, highlighting Industry 4.0. So I'll be sharing my perspective and my research on this area. So hope that will be quite valuable for your career also. So throughout my research and my consultancy and my teaching, whatever the findings I have observed, I am going to present with all of you. So first thing that I would like to highlight is that the very basic part of the smart manufacturing and digital operations. Now, all of us, we try to understand few important things. Is that the evolution of Industry 4.0 generally it marks a fundamental direction and shift in the development in the evolution of manufacturing systems. So, unlike the Industrial Revolution, which were characterized by mechanization, electrification, and automation, and Industry 4.0 is basically distinguished by overall integration of cyber physical system, advanced analytics, data analytics, AI, ML, cloud computing, and different sort of connectivities into the operational environment, and which is the convergence has transformed the manufacturing and production activity from a predominantly physical activity into information driven and information sensitive, also data driven system into a value creation mechanism.
Sir, sorry to interrupt, sir. Sir, the slide is not visible, sir.
Okay, one second. One second.
It's you.
I am sharing the slide over WhatsApp. If you can place it, that will be nice. Will it be all right?
Sir, if you can share it will be better, sir.
Yeah, I am sharing. I am sharing with Professor Pritish Banerjee. Have you received it?
Okay, sir. Okay, so you share in WhatsApp, sir.
I have shared in the WhatsApp. I have shared in the WhatsApp. You can kindly
Yes.
share it there in the
Yes,
screen.
sir. Yes,
Have
sir.
you received? Have you received, sir?
Yes, sir. You share in the WhatsApp, sir.
No, I have shared in the WhatsApp. Have you received?
Yes, it will be seen. I will share it from here, sir.
Yeah. Shall I continue the discussion, or once you
Sir,
line up
just
the...
we share. Yes, sir. Sir, you share. We share it, sir. Sir, which whose WhatsApp you are sending, sir?
I have sent in the Pritish Banerjee sir's WhatsApp.
Pritish
That
Banerjee.
is he there?
Yes, sir. Sir, this is, we are taking from his sister, sir.
Have you got it?
Sir, just we are opening the WhatsApp, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sir, just a few minutes, sir. Just we are connecting with the WhatsApp and just we'll share the slides, sir.
No issue, sir. Have you shared the screen?
No, sir. It is just taking time a little bit, sir. So the volunteers are working on it. Just will share, sir. We'll then start again. Resume. Yes, sir. We are on.
Is it okay? Is it
Yes, sir.
visible?
That's good. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can I continue?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can resume, sir.
Yeah. So what I was mentioning is that basically the evolution of manufacturing system, when we observe in the digital era of smart manufacturing, so we observe that when the emergency or the basically the introduction of Industry 4.0, that's a fundamental shift which is occurring in the evolution of manufacturing system. Basically, previous industrial revolution, which were focusing on mechanization, electrification, and automation. Industry 4.0 is distinguished by the integration of cyber physical system, advanced analytics, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, machine learning into operations environment as well as production scenario. And this actually has gotten convergence effect, and that transformed manufacturing from a predominantly physical activity into information driven system of value creation. And that's how the industry agenda number 1 that I have mentioned, that industry 4.0 landscape. Now, from the operations management perspective, this industry 4.0 is not merely a technological phenomenon, basically. So it represents a different type of change in how organizations, they design, they execute, monitor, and continuously improve operational processes. And now the traditional manufacturing system that were built upon the principle of scale, standardization, and efficiency, due to which the contemporary manufacturing system increasingly prioritizing the flexibility, like flexible manufacturing system, responsiveness, like responsive supply chain, resiliency, like resilient supply chain, and intelligent big data. The strategic challenges for firms is no longer limited to optimizing production efficiency, but extend to developing dynamic operational capabilities capable of adapting to rapidly changing market and environmental conditions. And that's how the agenda number 2 that I am focusing here is the smart manufacturing in action. Now, the central position of Industry 4.0 is basically the creation of intelligent manufacturing ecosystem, where machines, products, processes, and human actors, they interact thoroughly with the digital network, and information generated at every stage of production becomes a strategic asset, enabling real-time decision making in continuous process optimization. And this has the shift. There is a shift into the supporting resource to a core operational capability. Now, here we can also observe that smart manufacturing as an operational paradigm. Now, interesting fact is that smart manufacturing represents the operational, system of Industry 4.0 principle. It refers to manufacturing system capable of sensing, then learning, predicting, adapting through integration of advanced digital technology. In contrast to traditional production environment, where we try to have the decision that are often based on historical data and managerial experience, but smart manufacturing enables decisions to be informed by real-time operational intelligence. That's the main point here. Now, the foundation of smart manufacturing, which lies in interconnected cyber physical systems, like sensors embedded within machines and production assets, continuously generate large amount of data related to performance, utilization, energy consumption, quality parameters, and environmental conditions. Through Internet of Things architecture, these data streams are collected and transmitted across organizational network for further analysis and interpretations. Now, the strategic value of such system emerges from the ability to transform raw data into actionable insights. We talked about machine learning algorithm, which can identify hidden pattern with the operational process, thus enabling predictive maintenance, quality forecasting, production scheduling optimization, and anomaly detection. Consequently, manufacturing organizations can transition from reactive operations management towards proactive and predictive operational control. Now, the predictive maintenance provides a particularly illustrative example. Like conventional maintenance approach are generally categorized as either reactive, where interventions occur after failure, or preventive, where interventions are scheduled based on predetermined intervals. Both approaches involve inefficiency. Reactive maintenance lead to unplanned downtime, which cause very huge, remarkable problem. With preventive maintenance often results in unnecessary resource utilization. Predictive maintenance leverages sensor data and artificial intelligence to estimate equipment health and anticipate failures before they occur. This capability significantly reduces the downtime while extending assets life cycle and optimizing maintenance expenditures. Similar to that, the quality management systems are undergoing substantial transformation here. Traditional quality control relied heavily on post-production inspections and defect detection. Smart manufacturing environment, it employs real-time monitoring and analytics to identify processes that derives into the efficient mechanism. This has a shift from defect detection to defect prevention. Now, coming to another very interesting part is the digital operations and data-driven decision making. When we look towards the industry 4.0, it extends beyond the factory floor and encompasses the broader domain of digital operations. Digital operations refer to the integration of digital technology across organizational processes to enhance better visibility, coordination, agility, and performance. Operations management has historically focused on achieving efficiencies through process standardization and optimization. However, increasing environmental uncertainty, supply chain complexity, and market volatility have exposed the limitations of static operational models. Digital operations addresses these challenges by creating interconnected system capable of real-time adaptation. A defining characteristics of digital operations is end-to-end visibility, which is very important when we see the end-to-end visibility. And through digital platform, organization can integrate data from suppliers, production facilities, logistics providers, distributors, and customers into unified information ecosystem. Such visibility enables managers to identify bottlenecks, anticipate disruptions, and coordinate responses across organizational boundaries. The COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated a strategic importance of digital operational capabilities. Organizations processing advanced digital infrastructure were better positioned to monitor supply chain disruptions, reconfigure production schedules, and maintain operational continuity. These experiences reinforced the argument that operational resilience is increasingly dependent upon digital maturity. The advanced analytics, which has further given the scenario to enhancing the decision making quality within digital operations. Rather than relying solely on descriptive performance metrics, organizations can employ predictive and prescriptive analytics to evaluate future scenarios and recommended optimal courses of action, like inventory optimization, demand forecasting, capacity planning, workforce scheduling. These are increasingly being benefited from algorithmic decision support system. Now, the incorporation of digital twins and also the operational simulation. Now, most of the transformative innovations associated with Industry 4.0 is the concept of a digital twin which we all know, basically virtual representation of physical assets, process, or system that continuously reflect its real-world counterpart through data synchronization. From an operations perspective, digital twins provide unprecedented opportunities for experimentation and optimization. Now, shop floor managers can simulate production scenarios, or the middle-level managers, they can also simulate the production scenario, evaluate alternative process configuration, and assess operational risk without disrupting actual operations. And this capability significantly reduces the cost and uncertainty associated with the process innovation. Now, human capital and its significance in the smart manufacturing, we have also observed that despite significant advances in the automation and artificial intelligence, human capital remains central to the Industry 4.0 implementation. And that basically prevailing narrative that automation will eliminate human involvement oversimplifies the realities of contemporary manufacturing system. Instead of instead of 4.0 redefining the relationship between human and technology, and routine and repetitive activities are increasingly automated while human roles evolve towards higher order functioning, like problem solving, like innovation, interactions, and strategic decision making. Now, another part quite interesting is the sustainability issue and smart manufacturing. Sustainability, we all know, become an increasingly important dimension of operation strategy. Basically, manufacturing organizations face growing pressure from the different regulators, investors, customers, and society to reduce environmental impact while maintaining economic performance. Now, the emerging concept of sustainable industry 4.0, it reflects the convergence. Rather than viewing operational efficiency and environmental responsibility as competing objectives, organizations increasingly recognize that digital technology can simultaneously enhance productivity, resilience, and sustainable performance. Now, what is interesting here is to find out certain direction of future research. The future research trajectory of Industry 4.0 will be shaped by continued advances in the artificial intelligence, edge computing, quantum technologies, autonomous system, and next generation communication networks. Obviously, manufacturing system will become progressively more intelligent and autonomous, and as well as interconnected. However, the technological advancement alone will not guarantee competitive advantage. The most successful organizations will be those who are capable of integrating technology within broader operational and strategic framework. Thus, Industry 4.0 should therefore be understood not as technology initiative, but as a comprehensive transformation of operational capabilities. The transition towards the smart manufacturing and digital operation is ultimately a transition towards more intelligent enterprise. Organizations that successfully leverage data, technology, and human capital in an integrated manner will define the next generation of operational excellence and industrial competitiveness. Thank you all. This was the keynote address from my side.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the audience? So thank you, sir, for your delightful and insightful session, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presence as a keynote speaker for this session, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I wish you all the best for this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
and the technical backup team for wonderful job. I conclude my part of the program and now invite Raja Chandrasekhar Madam to take over and continue with the next segment. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. লাইভ চালু করতে বলবো না না সব রেডি হয়ে গেলে আমাকে যদি এইখানে কিছু শোনা যাচ্ছে দেখুন আপনি কথা বলবেন ঠিক আছে ও এটা এখনো চলছে না এটা চলে গেল
Hello. 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 Hey. A very good evening to one and all present here. I'm delighted to be back with you once again as your host as we gather for the final segment of this 2 days of international conference on advanced material, energy, structural engineering and operation management. Over the past 2 days, together we have celebrated knowledge, collaboration, and the spirit of scientific inquiry that lie at the heart of this international conference. As we move towards the concluding segment of the conference, it is now time to celebrate culture, creativity, and the spirit of togetherness through a special cultural performance prepared by our students. I request all our esteemed guests, delegates, faculty members, researchers, and students to sit back and enjoy the performance, specially prepared by our students. For the first performance, I would like to call upon stage Trisha Discharge of Mechanical Department. She will be presenting a beautiful dance performance in front of her. Trisha, Trisha, kindly come to the stage. Thank you, Trisha, for such a wonderful performance. Our next participant is Srinjini Monitor of CSC Department. She will be singing a song to us. That was a very wonderful performance. To conclude our cultural program, I would like to invite Kubali Maji of Computer Science Department to present the captivating dance performance. Thank you, Kubali. Before we conclude this cultural program, we have one more performer. Sorry, Huya will be presenting a recitation, a famous recitation of Sukumar Rai titled Jibode Disha. নমস্কার, কবি সুকুমার রায়ের লেখা জীবনের হিসাব। বিদ্যে বোঝায় বাবু মশাই চড়ি শখের কোটে, মাঝিরে কন বলতে পারি সূর্যি কেন ওঠে, চাঁদটা কেন বাড়ে কমে, জোয়ার কেন আসে, বৃদ্ধ মাঝি অবাক হয়ে ফেল ফেলিয়ে হাসে। বাবু বলে সারা জীবন মন্দিরে তুই খাবি, জ্ঞানীরা তোর জীবনটা যে চারি আনাই মাটি। খানিক বাদে কহেন বাবু, বল তো দেখি ভেবে, নদীর ধারা কেমনে আসে পাহাড় থেকে নেমে, বল তো কেন লবণ পোড়া সাগর ভরা পানি, মাঝি সে কর আরে মশাই অত কি আর জানি, মাঝি সে কর আরে মশাই অত কি আর জানি। বাবু বলেন এই বয়সে জানি শোনে তাকি, জীবনটা তোর নেহাল খেল অষ্ট আনায় থাকি। আবার ভেবে কহেন বাবু, বল তোরে পুরো কেন এমন নীল দেখা যায় আকাশের ওই চূড়ো, বল তো দেখি সূর্য চাঁদে রকম লাগে কেন, বৃদ্ধ গেলে আমার কেন লজ্জা দিচ্ছেন কেন। বাবু বলে বলবো কি আর, বলবো তোরে কি তা, দেখছি এখন জীবনটা তোর 12 আনার বৃথা। খানিক বাদে ঝড় উঠেছে, ঢেউ উঠেছে তুলে, বাবু দেখে নৌকা খানিক ডুবলো বুঝি বলে। মাঝির কন এ কি অদ্ভুত, ওরে ভাই মাঝি ডুবলো নাকি নৌকো এবার, মরবো নাকি আজি। মাঝি সুদার সাঁতার জানো, মাথা নাড়েন বাবু। মূর্খ মাঝি বলে মশাই এখন কেন কাকু, বাঁচলে শেষে আমার কথা হিসেব করো পিচ্ছে, তোমার দেখি জীবনখানা 16 আনাই নিচ্ছে। নমস্কার। That was a very funny and wonderful performance. Sorry, she is not only performing here, she is an active volunteer. So a big round and special round of applause for her. So we thank all our performers for these wonderful presentations. Your talent, dedication, and enthusiasm have truly added colors to the joy of this conference. Now, as we proceed to the valedictory session and award ceremony of the international conference, we are concluding this session, prestigious international conference, and it is time to reflect on the remarkable journey that we have shared over the past 2 days. This conference has brought together researchers, academicians, industrial professionals, and students from diverse disciplines, creating a vibrant platform for knowledge exchange, innovation, and collaboration. Through our keynote lectures and technical sessions, we have explored a wide spectrum of contemporary research areas, including sustainable construction material, recycled and self-healing composites, renewable energy system, electric mobility, advanced manufacturing technologies, smart operations, digital transformations, and infrastructure resilience. The technical paper presentation further showcased innovative research addressing challenges in energy management, green hydrogen production, structural retrofitting, artificial intelligence, machine learning, healthcare technologies, smart infrastructure, digital twins, renewable microgrids, and sustainable development. These contributions reflect the growth growing importance of interdisciplinary approach in addressing real-world engineering and societal challenges. So before we proceed to the award ceremony where we award the best technical paper presenter, we would like to provide certificate to all the participants who have presented their technical presentation in this 2 days conference. To do this honor, first I would like to call upon Sri Pramod sir to do the honors. I would like to call Mosumi Shutroda madam to come and collect her certificate. She presented a presentation on a diploma study on employment in sustainable sectors between pre-COVID and post-COVID. Sir, I would request you to stay back. Two more. Next, I would like to call upon stage Prabal Kumar Koshak sir to receive his certificate. He has presented a technical presentation on hydrogen integrated renewable microgrids. Next, I would like to call upon stage Convoy Ghosh. Convoy Ghosh, kindly collect your certificate. জোরে হবে করো তোমরাই তো হাততালি দিচ্ছ জোরে দাও thank you sir now I would like to call upon stage Dr. Shubhankar Ghosh sir to present the certificate to Rishila Haldar. Rishila Haldar, kindly come and collect your certificate. Okay. Sir, kindly can you come to the center of the space? Now I would like to call upon Soilin Ghosh Mukhopadhyay madam to come and collect the certificate. Next, I would like to call upon Pushpendu Chandra Chandra sir to collect this certificate. Sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call our register sir, Shubhankar Basu sir, to present the certificate to Shobhushatsi Mukherjee. Dr. Shobhushatsi Mukherjee. Next, I would like to call upon Rahul Das sir to come and collect this certificate. We have Chirunjit Ghosh sir with us. Chirunjit Ghosh sir. I think it is not there. Okay, fine. We'll call upon Mrinmoy Das sir to come and collect this award from Shubhra. Sorry, fine. Chirunjit sir, sorry, and be present on this stage. I would request Dr. Shubhala sir, Dr. Pritish Banerjee sir, and Dr. Sir to be on the stage. So that we can have a good photo. And I would request everyone to welcome them with a round of applause. Throughout these 2 days, our student volunteers have worked immensely, tirelessly beyond the scenes, assisting with registration, coordinating sessions, welcoming delegates, supporting technical arrangements, managing logistics, and ensuring smooth conduct of every program activity. Their willingness to take responsibility, attention to detail, and commitment to teamwork have played a vital role in the success of this conference. So, we take this opportunity to appreciate and acknowledge all the invaluable contributions that our student volunteers have presented. Without your contribution, this 2 day international conference would not have been possible. So I would request everyone to give a very big round of applause to all of them. And I would request every volunteer to be present on the stage so that we can have a group photograph. You can collect your certificates. We have your certificates and you can collect your certificates from us later. But I would request all the volunteers to be present on the stage for a group photograph. It will take a lot of time. So many people. এখন হয়ে গেছে ডেকে নিয়েছে আমার ফোনে চার্জ নেই it can get disconnected anytime. All the volunteers are requested to gather. I would again request everyone to give them a warm round of applause. They have worked tirelessly. On behalf of the R&D Cell and the organizing committee, we would also like to express our profound gratitude to the management of RERFGI for their unwavering support and encouragement throughout the preparation and conduct of this conference. Their confidence in the vision of this 2 days international conference and their willingness to extend assistance whenever required have been instrumental in making this international conference a reality. On behalf of R&D Cell and the entire organizing committee, we offer our sincere thanks and appreciation to the management for their continued guidance, trust, and support. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, as we approach for the final formal segment of today's program, it is appropriate to acknowledge and collective efforts that have made this conference a success. May I respectfully invite Mr. Shubhala Basu sir to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. Vote of thanks will be presented just a few minutes after. But prior to that, we from the team RERF, we want to acknowledge those people who have worked hard during last 4-5 months. We have seen very closely but very silently. I know the team. I would like to request team R&D and team IIC member to come over the desk. Please, all the members from team R&D and team IIC. All the members. What is it? I would like to request our Dean sir to present special letter of appreciation to the entire team. Though it was a surprise, but this is from the bottom of the heart. And please, sir, stay one minute. And there is a small honorarium for all of you for these 2 days international conference. Small honorarium I am saying because this is the limited resource which we have able to manage. I would request Pramod sir to hand over the honorarium to Sumur sir. Thank you so much, Team R&D and Team IIC, for such a wonderful conference for 2 days. Thank you. So, sir, it was a surprise for all of you. We are on. Good evening. Many times, we heard people said, we heard people criticized that the word research, which is included in our institution name, Regent Education and Research Foundation, but with no or limited research activities. Such observation challenged us to introspect, to work harder, and to strengthen our commitment towards creating a genuine culture of research. Not only research, along with that innovation and academic excellence. Today, as we stand before the distinguished gathering, both via online and offline, gathering of academicians, researchers, industry experts, scholars, beloved students from different institutions, states, and countries. We can diligently say that at least we have taken a meaningful step that can be added some value with the name of Regent Education and Research Foundation. So thank you everyone for such a wonderful conference. Respected guests, distinguished speakers, delegates, researchers, faculty members, student, organizing committee members, staff, and all our dear family members. We are saying this is the RERFGI family. For the last 2 days, we have seen your presentation, discussion, ideas, networking and collaboration. And behind every successful conference, there are countless unseen hands. Now, this is the last moment to recognize them all. First and foremost, we offer our deepest gratitude to the respected chairman, respected secretary, all honorable trustee members, members of the governing body, advisor, entire management, administration, including principal of 3 colleges, dean, academics, dean, R&D, chief administrative officers, senior administrative officers, all the HODs and the faculties. The vision of you all planted the seed. You supported to nurture the tree. You encourage and give a confidence, and trust became our strength. Without your guidance and support, this conference would not have reached such a remarkable heights. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to the distinguished keynote speaker, invited speaker, session chairs, expert, moderators, and panel members. You did not merely share knowledge, you inspire minds, you challenge assumption, you encourage new way of thinking. And most importantly, you reminded us that learning never ends. To all the faculties, researchers, academicians, industry professionals, scholars, and students from our institute and other institutes, and from India and abroad, who presented papers, participated in discussions. Thank you very much. A special word of appreciation to our reviewers and technical committee members. Their work is often invisible, but they are the member of Quality Conference which stand on their dedication. We are grateful and we acknowledge the dedication to the coordinators, conveners, organizing secretaries, and committee members. Thank you for your tireless efforts, your commitment, cooperation, and involvement have been instrumental in making the conference success. To our faculty members, RERFGI, RIST, and SBIMS, we saw the conference. You saw the work behind the conference and permitted your departmental faculty members to make such a wonderful conference. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the faculty members. To our team IQAC members, thank you for your commitment to the quality, planning, coordination, and continuous involvement. Our heartfelt appreciation to the technical support team, digital marketing team, photographers, videographers, and registration team, hospitality team, including our beloved Group D security personnel and every admin staff member for their nurture and care. You may not have stood on that stage, but your contribution stands behind every success we celebrate today. Last but not the least, our beloved students. Let them give a big round of applause as Nana already said. You did the promotional activities long ago. You welcome guests with smiles. Maybe you haven't got your food coupon at all, but you all the time use food beside us. You solve problems before they become visible. You represented the spirit of our institution with pride and dignity. You are not only the participant of the future education, you are its future. You appeared everywhere, at the registration desk, at the conference hall, at the technical session you have presented papers, near the help desk, and sometimes I think in places, in every nook and corner, even where Google Map cannot enter. Before I conclude, I would like to extend a very special word of gratitude to all the members of research and development team and IIC team. They are the backbone of this conference. From concept, planning, coordination, execution, all of your dedication was visible at each and every stage. Inviting distinguished guests, managing communication, coordinating committees, overseeing logistics, budgeting, publication, technical session, you work tirelessly behind the scene to make the conference a grand success. Your commitment transformed the vision of RERFGI into a reality and an idea into an international platform of excellence. Thank you, team R&D and IIC. You are the people who deserve a standing ovation. Thank you. There is an old saying, if you want to go first, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. AMESEOM 2026 has shown the power of going together. Ideas together, institutions together, researchers together, nations together, dreams together. At the very beginning of this conference, everyone asks, when does the conference start? Today, at the last moment, now everyone will again ask, when is the next one? And that perhaps the true measure of our success. As we live today, we take much more than conference proceeding. we take back new ideas, new collaboration, new inspiration, and perhaps hundreds of photographs and selfies that will be roaming in various sites. With gratitude in our heart and optimism for future, we extend our sincere thanks to each and every individual, every stakeholder who contributed directly or indirectly to the success of this conference. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your participation. And thank you for your trust. And last, thank you for helping this conference into a memorable experience. Safe travels, best wishes, and may the conversation started here will continue long, and long after we leave the shore. Thank you, everyone. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your gracious vote of thanks and such wonderful speech. With this, we come to the successful culmination of the two-day international conference on advanced material, energy, structural engineering, and operation management. As such said, we hope the connection established and the ideas exchanged during this conference will continue to inspire future collaborations and research endeavors. We look forward to welcoming you all again to the future edition of this conference. And before we end, I would like to address all the student volunteers. Maybe I have taken 2 or 3 names of the students, but we know that you all have put in the same amount of effort. So we are grateful to each one of you. So now may I request everyone to kindly raise for the national anthem while concluding the session. We should start with this. Janagana mana adinayaka jaya he Bharat bhagya vidhata Punjab Sindhu Gujarat Maratha Dravid Kalabanga Vindhya Himachal Yamuna Ganga Uchala Jalavidharanga Tava Shubhanami Jage Tava Shubhashish Mage Gaye Tava Jaya Janagana Mangal Dayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 Jaya. Thank you everyone. Thank you. Okay. एक शेष करूँ ऑनलाइन